Please remain standing and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Pete Worthington, T-E-W-O-R-B-I-N-G-T-O-N.
How old are you, sir?
I am 34 years of age.
Did you at one point live in a residence at 3159 South 39th Street?
I did. I was the lower tenant.
Is that address, is it a single-family house? What is it?
It's a duplex, upper unit and a lower unit. I rented out the lower unit from Max.
Is it in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes.
You said you rented the lower unit from who?
Maxwell Anderson?
Is Maxwell Anderson someone you knew prior to renting that unit?
Yes, I knew him ever since I was a little kid. His father was my baseball coach in Little League, and then I moved down to Texas for 18 years or so, and after I finished college, I moved back and saw that he had put an ad on Facebook saying that he had a lower unit for rent, and I needed to get closer to Milwaukee for work, so that's how that worked out.
Is the person you're calling Maxwell Anderson in the courtroom today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you please identify him by indicating where he is sitting and something he's wearing?
Yeah, he's right here, and he's wearing a gray long sleeve shirt, button down.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant and pointed at him.
Yes, that's fine.
The record will so reflect.
So you had lived in Texas and then you moved back to Wisconsin?
Yeah, once I finished college, I did, yes.
And that's how you found this apartment?
Yeah, post online, made by Maxwell.
Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I reached out to him. He told me to come over. I looked at the place. It worked out. The rent was cheap. I liked it, so I took it.
When was this? What year?
I can't. 2023, I believe, and I lived there for 2 years, or 2022. I can't nail down it.
Okay, and you also just said you had lived there for 2 years,
2
correct?
years, yeah, roughly.
When did you move out of there?
I would say probably a week after I was dragged out of my home in my underwear by the SWAT team.
Okay, would that have been in April of 2024?
Yes,
And so you lived in the lower unit?
I did.
Who lived in the upper unit?
Maxwell Anderson.
Would you pay rent to him?
Yes,
How would you do that?
pie check usually.
Once a month?
He would let me pay pretty much whenever I wanted, which is one of the reasons that I did want to continue renting from him. So I might pay him $500 first week, next paycheck, pay him $500 that week. Sometimes it was all in one, $1,000 a month, and I wrote it to him at the beginning of the month.
Did you understand him to be the landlord?
Yes,
Did you understand him to be the owner of the house?
yes, he explained to me that he was the owner of the house, yes.
Did you believe that to be true?
I didn't believe that to be true, no.
Why not?
Well, I guess I could,
I'm going to object on relevance grounds to this line of questioning.
Why is it relevant?
Goes towards his knowledge of the defendant.
I'll allow it. You can answer it if you're able to answer it.
well, he told me that he put $40,000 down on his home, but throughout the course of me staying in the house, I came to realize that Max didn't necessarily hold down a job very well. So it was kind of confusing to me how somebody could amass a $40,000 down payment when they only work 3 days a week and are frequently changing jobs.
But nevertheless, you would just pay him and no one else.
Absolutely, him and no one else.
Did you interact with him much other than to pay rent?
We probably hung out the first year that I was there a handful of times. Went to a couple of bars, just kind of keeping it amicable, as friendly as you could be from a tenant to a landlord.
How many times?
5, 10 maybe.
And had you ever been in his unit?
Yeah, a couple of times I went up there. We were just talking about, whatever. It wasn't for anything in particular, but yeah, when he called me over to look at the unit, at first, he didn't even show me the lower unit. He just showed me his apartment upstairs, and he said it was kind of pretty much the same thing downstairs, just with an extra room, so.
You stated that you had hung out with him a couple times the first year. Did you not hang out with him after a period of time?
Yeah, after about the first year of living there, he came to be what I would call just an insufferable landlord. He would basically have people over.
I'm going to object again. This is getting into impermissible character evidence.
I'll ask a more pointed question.
Okay.
You stopped hanging out with him after about the first year, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you understand him to, I think you said he worked jobs. What did you know him to do for work?
I knew that he was a bartender. He just worked at a bunch of different locations, which isn't uncommon for bartenders to do, but.
Did you know what bars?
I knew that he worked at Victor's. That was really the only one that I can remember right now. But like I said, he went through a couple.
Did he have a car?
Yeah, he had a black SUV.
Do you remember what kind?
Hyundai, however you say that.
Did you have a car?
Yeah,
What car did you have?
I have a black Honda Civic.
And would you park it at the residence?
Yeah, usually, I mean, it could go either way. Some days I would park in the front street, and then some days I would park in the back by the garage.
I want to talk to you about the layout of the residence. I'm going to show you a few exhibits here. Why don't you page through this, and for the record, these are going to be exhibits 297, 354, 355, 381, 359, 382. We'll start with that. Can you just page through those silently to yourself and tell me when you're done?
All right.
Those are all photographs, right?
Yep.
Do you recognize where these photographs were taken?
Yeah, that's predominantly the house that I lived in, and then in the basement as well.
I would move those exhibits in again, and I would read the numbers for the record if Your Honor would like.
I have 257, 354, 355, 381, 359, and 382.
It was 297.
Okay, that made no sense to me because 257 was already in, so
Okay.
that makes more sense.
All right, good.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
I'm going to start with exhibit 297 here. Mr. Warmington, can you see that TV, either the one to my right or the one next to
I could see it just fine.
Okay. 297, what are we looking at, sir?
That would be the front yard of my home, or where I lived at Maxwell Anderson's home.
Who's this person right here?
That person?
Yes.
That me? That is me. That's absolutely me.
Okay, all right. So this is where you live?
Yep.
And you are standing on the front cement porch?
Yep.
That door that's next to you, is that a door into your unit, the upper unit? Where does that door go?
That door goes specifically to my unit, the lower unit, and it did not go upstairs. And that's the door that I use the majority of the time.
So that unit, that door, you couldn't get into the upper unit from that door?
Not from that door, no.
Okay. Did you use that door predominantly?
Predominantly, yes.
Over here, there's a gate. You see that?
Yep.
Is there a side door?
There is a side door about 10 feet inside of that gate once you walk into it, on the right.
Where does the side door lead into?
The side door, once you open it, you can either go to the middle floor, which would be my unit. You can go downstairs into the basement, or you could go upstairs to Maxwell's unit.
Were you known to use the side door at all?
Very infrequently, only probably to go to work if I was parked out back. A lot of the time, like I said, I was parked out front anyway, because it's easier for me to just walk through the front door.
So you would use the side door, but it wasn't common?
No, it wasn't, and I actually would let my dog out of the front door as well. There should be a cable there, so I use the front door more often than not, yeah.
You had one dog?
I had one dog, yes.
Did the defendant have any dogs?
He had 2 dogs.
Where would those dogs stay?
Usually in the basement, that's where their kennels were located, but when Maxwell was home, he would take them upstairs with him.
What kind of dog did you have?
I have a large American Bulldog.
And what kind of dogs did Mr. Anderson have?
Believe it was a black lab and some kind of pit bull terrier. Both female, if
Okay.
that matters.
Let's talk about your apartment first. Can you just kind of summarize the general layout of it?
Yeah, if you were to walk in that front door right there to the left, you've got my living room. It's kind of set up in like an X. There's 4 rooms in the 4 corners. The room on the right would be my bedroom, and then you have the bathroom in the middle, and then you have my home office in the far right corner of the home, and then the kitchen in the far left-hand corner.
Where's your bedroom?
My bedroom's right there. As soon as you open that front door, you're gonna walk into a wall. It's on the other side of that wall, so right there on the right.
How many bedrooms total in your unit?
In my unit, 2.
And your room was sort of in the front of the residence?
Absolutely. As soon as you open up that front door, there's a wall 3 feet in front of you. If you go on the other side of that wall, that's my room.
Let's talk about the basement. How would you get to the basement?
Through that side door. in
Not through the
unit.
front door?
Not through the front door, no. In order for me to go to the basement, the only way that you could get in there is if you were to go in through that side door. Obviously, you could get there through my unit, because there's a door into the stairwell, and that's how I would get to the basement.
Okay. Did you ever use the basement?
I used the basement probably the first year that I was there doing my laundry. Other than that, I mean, I cut it down. I did not like going down there. It smelled awful. There was oftentimes I would have to report to Max that his dogs had defecated in the basement. It was horrid smelling. It frequently flooded and had what I can only assume is,
I'm going to object on relevance grounds.
All right, I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
You didn't use the basement much.
not much, yes.
You used to use it to do your laundry, right?
Yes.
You kind of stopped doing that?
Yeah, I stopped probably the last couple of months that I was there. I didn't go down there pretty much at all, maybe once a month to do laundry. But then his washing machine actually broke and he started utilizing mine, or what was reserved for me. And I didn't want to share a washing machine with him, so I would just honestly just go down to my mom's and do some of my laundry there.
Did you keep any belongings in the basement?
No.
I'm going to show exhibit 354 on the screen here. What are we looking at?
That's a stairwell going up from the basement, and that is the side door that I've been discussing.
That's the side door?
Yep.
All right, and then next, I'm going to zoom in here. There's a, right where I'm pointing here, what is that?
Multiple light switch panels there.
What would those activate?
Those would activate stairwell lights, and I believe the light that is outside of the door.
So there's a light outside that side door?
That screen door right there, yes.
And it's activated or deactivated through the switch?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe so, yes.
You don't recall it being motion activated?
I do not recall any motion activated lights.
Exhibit 355, what are we looking at here? And if you can, when you answer that question, just orient us from the last picture.
So it would be as if you turned, I don't know, 45 degrees to the right and just snapped another photo in the same spot. You're at the bottom of the stairwell there, and you are looking to the right side of the basement.
Exhibit 359. Where is this, or what are we looking at? And if you could use that last photo to help us understand.
Yeah, last photo would probably be like a 180-degree shot from the last photo that we just looked at. Looks like somebody turned right around, and this is kind of towards the front part of the basement, I guess you could say. You can see the dog kennel there, yeah. That would be the front part, directly under my living room is where that would be.
All right, so the dog kennel area you're referring to is,
Back there, yes.
is that where you knew Maxwell Anderson to keep his dogs?
Yeah, in his kennels, yes.
Was that all the time, or just when he wasn't there?
Just when he wasn't there, they were in the kennel. He usually would bring them up into his apartment when he was there, yeah.
.381. What are we looking at here?
That looks like so that's the dryer right there. So you're looking, I don't know, towards the back of the basement if you were to come down the stairs. down the left-hand side. He had a tool bench down there, and that punching bag. So yeah, the back left, if you were to come down the stairs of the basement.
Same room as 355, is that fair to say?
Yes, that's exactly right next to the tool bench.
And that's not the same part of the basement as 359, right?
No, it's not. That would be opposite ends.
And then I'm gonna put up 382.
Yeah, that's the tool bench.
Was anything in there, in that tool bench yours?
No, not at all.
You had nothing in the basement?
Absolutely nothing. I put nothing down there.
Did you know him to have a lot of tools?
Yeah, absolutely. Neighbors would come over and ask us to borrow tools.
Okay. Did you know him to use the tools?
Did I know Max? Absolutely. He was constantly working on home improvement projects that he called home improvement, but they weren't very good.
What kind of projects are you talking about?
Well, he did some work on the fence. He was building some kind of underground shelter. He was going to allow his dogs to sleep under there. That would be the hole in the yard. And so in doing so, he had to work on the fence, and I believe he put up some shiplap and painted it. So.
I didn't hear that last thing. Put up some what?
Shiplap, it's a type of like wood that you could put up.
Can you spell that?
No. Shiplap, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So continue. You were discussing.
Yeah, so I mean, it was almost nonstop, and it got to the point. That's one of the main reasons that I was moving out, is that it was like living in a construction zone. I mean, I'd get off from work at 5 o'clock, and I'd have to tell them multiple times, after I work a long day of work, I'm not trying to come home to hearing hammers and saws and power drills or anything like that, but it just never ended.
So, lot of projects he'd be working on.
A lot of projects.
He would characterize them as home improvement projects?
That's how he would like to phrase it.
All right. You said there was a hole in the yard.
Yes,
Where was the hole?
that was right outside of the screen door.
The side door.
Side screen door, yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 302. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah, that's the whole discussion.
I'd move 302 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received, go ahead.
302 is on the screen here. So the camera person is standing just outside the side door facing 39th Street. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And where is this hole, if you could just describe, and if you need to get up to point.
Yeah, it's right in that back corner right there. You can see the shiplap that I just brought up. It's a lighter texture than the rest of the fence because it was a fresh cut. He was freshly putting that material up, and he freshly painted it. As you can see, the rest of the fence is a bit darker.
Sorry, you guys step on.
It's a bit darker. He had just done that. Now you see, take your finger to the right there. Yeah,
Can I have the witness step up?
Sure.
absolutely.
I
Sorry.
think we have a microphone, if you just give me 1 second.
Turn it on.
All right. Why don't you point out what you're talking about as the hole?
As best as I can explain, this is the hole that he started with. So this was here even before I even moved in. This was here, I saw it there, he told me he was gonna have it fixed up and he was gonna put something there, but obviously that never happened. But as you can see here, this is a natural brown, a darker brown, because that fence has been there before I even moved in. And you can see here, these are the shiplap, and he put them horizontally. And so this has been done new because this started to cave in before he could even do anything with this. So this fence started to come down, so he had to fix that. So that's what he did. He put up this new shiplap, whatever this lumber is, and as you can see, it's a totally different painted color because it's been painted at 2 different times. This was the most recent project that I can remember that he had.
I can take mine.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you keep it near you just in case you gotta use the screen again. And then the hole is sort of between the camera person and the shiplap that you're referring
Yeah, that's correct.
to. Okay. What did he tell you the hole was for?
He told me he was going to put some sort of, I guess, shed or something there. He was gonna build a shed to keep like the lawnmower in, any kind of yard tools that he was using, and then underneath that, he was gonna allow his dogs to go down there, and that's where they would sleep, I guess, maybe stay warm in the winter. The idea didn't make much sense to me when it was explained to me either,
He was gonna have his dogs sleep in the hole?
from what he told me.
Was he planning on connecting it to the house or something?
I do not believe so. I think it was just something while they were out there that they could utilize. I don't think he planned on keeping them there and like having them live there permanently or anything.
You had suggested before that you were planning on moving out prior to April. Is that
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And how much prior to when you actually did move out were you thinking about leaving?
I mean, two months before, I had asked Max if he would write me like a letter of recommendation to the new apartment complex that I'm currently staying at.
So you had already looked for a new
Oh
apartment?
yeah, I'd already got one, signed the lease and everything. I was on my way out.
Let's switch gears a little bit. Why don't you explain, where's the garage?
So the garage from here is, if you turn 180 degrees and look straight back, it's an unattached garage, so it is way in the back.
I'm going to show you exhibits 450, 451, and 452. You look at these three photos and then tell me if you recognize those.
Yes. Yeah, this is the outside of the fence. This is where the garage is located in exhibit 450. That is the garage there.
Are all of these pictures photographs from the residence?
Absolutely.
I'd move those three exhibits in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
So they are received and go right ahead.
Let's start here with 452. What are we looking at?
This is the view into the backyard outside of the back fence.
Just inside the fence to sort of the left side into the, that would be where the majority of the backyard is, right?
Yeah, if you were to walk in and take a left, that's where most of the backyard is, correct.
And were there any other projects going on back in that part of the yard?
He said, so right here on the left where you see the vent license plate, he told me previously that he wanted to turn that into like some sort of outdoor bar, but the only thing he did was basically dig a hole.
Dug another hole?
Yeah, a smaller hole than the first one, of course, but there was nothing there other than a hole.
How long had he been working on those projects?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it. You can answer it if you can.
He'd been working on them since before I was there. I mean, he would go out there. I mean, the holes were open before I moved in, so I would say it's definitely longer than 2 years. I can't give you a definitive answer, but.
Exhibit 451, what are we looking at?
This is, if you look on the left there, that's the actual garage. And then, yeah, just another view of the back fence looking into the backyard.
Where the camera person is standing right now, was that kind of a parking slab?
That is a parking slab, and that's where I would park my Honda Civic some nights.
And then other nights you would park on the street?
On the street, yeah. Depending on how I was feeling that day, yeah.
In front of the house?
In front of the house, correct.
450 is on the screen right now. Is that kind of a photo of that parking slab?
Yeah, that is correct.
Is this trailer normally not there?
Yeah, the trailer is not there.
Okay. What is this that I'm pointing to here? Do you know what that is?
That looks like a light to me.
Did you know there to be a light back there?
I did know of a light to be there, yes. That one actually, yes, that one was motion censored.
Okay. How did that light get there?
He hung it up one day, I think probably right after I moved in, just so I had a light so that when I was parking back there, I could see what I was doing.
Was it affixed to the tree or was it just kind of hanging?
I think it was just kind of tied up there, yeah. I'm not sure what he used. I didn't even look, but.
Do you know where the power source for that light was?
I have no clue.
That wasn't your concern, it just...
Nah, as long as there was a light out there and I could see. I didn't look that far into it.
So what I'm gathering from these photos then was the backyard completely fenced in?
Absolutely.
Would he let his dogs back there?
Yeah.
Would you let your dogs back there?
No, my dogs doesn't get along with any other dogs.
And so you take your dog out the front door.
Out the front, yes.
Did you utilize the backyard for anything?
No, I mean, to walk through it to get to my car when I did park there, that was about it.
What about the garage? Did you use the garage?
I had no access to the garage
Do you
at
know-
all.
At all?
At all. It was completely locked up.
Okay. Had you ever been in there?
I honestly, I cannot recall a time that I was ever in there. Maybe when he had the garage door open, I walked by it, but no, I've never been in there physically.
Did you know what was in there?
I knew that he had an older truck in there, and then there was just no space because I wanted to originally park in there. But he had his car, and then he had an older truck there, and I believe he had some kind of electric bicycle or something as well. So
Was the older truck even functional to your knowledge?
no, it wasn't. It was all taken apart in the garage. I think it was a project truck or something.
All right, I want to switch gears slightly, Mr. Warbington. While you were living at the house, did you know it to be common for Maxwell Anderson to have people over in his unit?
All the time, yes.
Were there times where it was noisy?
Absolutely.
Were there times that it was noisy at hours that bothered you?
Oh, yeah. I've had meetings with corporate at 8 a.m., and he's been up at 5 in the morning with companies just singing at the top of his lungs upstairs.
Where were you working at the time back in April of 2024?
In April, I was in the office. I was an inside sales rep, so I was forced to work from inside my actual office, whereas now I work from home, so.
You had suggested before that there were times where you were working out of your apartment?
Yeah, absolutely. If I have to go out on projects or meet with clients, stuff like that.
And at strange hours, they would be loud?
Always.
Okay. How often would he have people over?
I would say, I mean, 2 to 3 times a month, there was probably a night where I didn't get any sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning
Because why?
because of the noise and the carrying on. I mean, drunk people coming over, falling down the stairs in the hallway. I had to hear all that, knocking stuff off the walls.
And this is separate from the project?
Yeah, this is completely separate.
Okay. It was not uncommon then for you to hear noises coming from his apartment,
Not uncommon at all.
particularly even at night?
Even at night, yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to around the time that you indicated you had been removed from your apartment by police.
Mm-hmm.
That week, where were you working that week?
That would be in office. So I was in my office in Menominee Falls.
What was your daily routine in your work week? I assume it was Monday through Friday?
Yeah, Monday through Friday. 7:30 is the time that I start, so I'm usually up at 6:30 getting ready, and then I'll leave, and then I drove to Menominee Falls from 39th Street. I would stay there until about 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then make my way home.
So Menominee Falls, how long a drive? 20 minutes? 25?
25, 30 maybe.
You had to
with
be there by
traffic.
7:30?
I had to be there by 7:30.
That week that you were removed from your apartment, did you work each day that week? Or
Each day was in the office, yes, correct.
What time would you get up?
Right around
Yes.
6:15.
And that week, do you recall what day of the week that the police came?
I believe that was on Thursday, the 4th or so.
April 4th?
Yeah, April 4th.
Earlier that week, just follow the same routine,
Same routine as just like any other week.
okay? At any point in that week, did you recall, well, actually, let me ask this question. What time would you go to bed?
I'd try to go to bed around, 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Were you able to do that week?
That week I was. It was surprisingly, like I've told, the investigators, I didn't really hear much from Max in the 2 weeks prior to, it was actually quite pleasant around the house. I didn't even think he was there. I thought he was elsewhere,
Had you seen him in that 2-week span?
No.
So you hadn't seen him?
No.
Did you hear him?
I did not hear him up until I heard him. On which day, I'm not exactly certain, but it was definitely the week before the cops came and pulled me out of my house. I heard him getting ready and packing what I thought was, a suitcase or something, like he was going to stay elsewhere. And in my head, I'm like, oh, well, thank God he's leaving. It'll be quiet around here. So I heard him bringing down something, which day I can't confirm. Tuesday, Wednesday, could be any day. And I heard him bringing something down the stairs. That's the only piece of information that I've heard of him. That's the only interaction that I had with him, probably within 2 to 3 weeks of me
Okay.
being pulled from the house.
All right, so I'm gonna break that down just a bit.
Yeah,
You hadn't seen or heard of him in probably the 2 weeks up until you were removed from your apartment.
correct.
And at some point that week, we'll call it the week of April 1st, which
Yep.
would be Monday to the 5th, Friday. And then
Correct.
You said you were removed on the 4th, Thursday.
Yep.
At some point earlier that week, before you were removed, you heard him up in the morning.
Absolutely.
Do you know which day?
I do not know. I cannot confirm which day that was.
You don't know if it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
It was one of those 3 days, but I do not know which day.
And that's what you told investigators?
That's what I told everybody. I've always held that I did not know which day it was, but that was the last time that I'd ever heard from him.
Outside of that, did you hear anything else of him throughout that week?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Like I said, I didn't even think he was there.
Okay. Would there be times where he wasn't there for periods of time?
Yeah, he would, I mean, sometimes he would go and just, I mean, stay with some friends or whatever, from what I understood, or he would go help his dad, I think, you know, doing some work wherever they went. And so there was some time periods where he'd be gone for a couple of days on end, yeah.
And it would be quieter around then?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 403. And before I get into 403, you indicated you've always maintained you weren't sure which day that you heard him up in the morning, right?
Absolutely.
And that morning that you heard him, it would have been at that time around the 6 a.m. hour where you were getting ready to go.
Yeah, 5:30 to 6 a.m., yes.
What's 403?
That's my cell phone in my hand holding my phone in my living room.
And do you remember the police taking this photo?
I do, yes.
All right, I'd move 403 in.
Any objection?
No.
403 is received.
What is 403?
Are you asking me?
What is
Yeah,
that photo on?
this is a photo of my cell phone and Maxwell Anderson's phone number where I would contact him for, you know, house-related things.
Can you tell the jury what the phone number is that you would contact Maxwell Anderson at?
Yeah, it's gonna be 262-416-4874.
Okay, so put 403 on the Elmo. You gotta save as Max,
Mm-hmm,
okay?
Is that a yes?
yes.
And then, a little hard to see, but the phone number is right down there.
That is correct.
All right, I just have a few more questions, sir. You had indicated previously that you were having problems with the laundry, right? At some point.
I wasn't having problems with my laundry, but one of his washers had broken, and so he started to utilize, obviously, there was 2 washers and 2 dryers in the basement. So 2 obviously were reserved for me, 2 were reserved for him. One of his I think his washer broke or something, so he started to utilize mine. Well, I'd go down there and I'd try to do laundry, and I'm staring at a thing full of his clothes, and I just didn't want to deal with that, so I stopped even going down there to do laundry.
Was that happening all the way up until the time you had moved out of there, or no?
I would say it only happened like that thing must have broke like 2 or 3 months before all this even happened, so.
How did you communicate with him about that?
I didn't say anything about it. I would just turn the clothes over if it was, and then after a while I just got sick of it, and I mean, it didn't matter what I brought to his attention. He wasn't gonna change anything, so.
Did you ever move his laundry?
Yes.
Would you let him know?
Yeah, I'd shoot him a text and say, hey, I just put your stuff over. I just need to dry something real quick or whatever.
Sure, okay, as a courtesy,
Yeah,
all right. Would he do a lot of woodworking?
always, yeah.
Objection, relevance. He's a woodworker or not.
I'm sorry. He said, what did? the last
Objection, relevance.
state?
It is relevant, I can ask a different question though.
Okay, ask a different question.
He had a lot of power tools?
From what I understood, yes, he had to have.
Tools used for what?
Used for cutting, sawing, drilling, things of that nature. Like we were just talking about the fence. That was that was some fresh work that he did.
And would he use these to do the woodworking?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Do you know exactly what kinds of tools?
I do not. All I could do is hear him through the walls.
How often would you hear him using power tools?
I mean, there would be definitely 2 or 3 days a month where he was going on and on.
That, back gate here, I have 451 on the screen, it's up here. This back gate, to your knowledge, did that door latch or was it loose?
So the back fence door, I believe it was loose. The locking mechanism had shut. However, Maxwell would put like a little socket or something, at least so it would be secure and wouldn't blow open.
Okay.
But I would say 9 days out of 10, it was just wide open like that.
Okay, and I'm pointing to this door here, is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So it wasn't a secured door?
No.
Couple more questions, sir. You, the police came to your house on April 4th. You've established that. They pulled you out of your apartment, right?
Yes.
Were you otherwise cooperative with them?
Absolutely.
And did they ask you for permission to search your apartment?
They did.
And did you let them?
I did.
Okay. Nothing else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good. Do you, with respect to these photographs that you have looked at today, do you know when those photos were taken?
So that trailer there was brought to the house, I believe, by Maxwell's family. So this would be after April 4th. And I believe they brought the trailer to clean out the apartment. So
And the one of you on the front step, do you know what day that was taken?
that would have been probably that April 4th. Yeah, maybe the 5th.
Okay.
After they were doing the search of the house.
Right,
They allowed me back into the house after everything happened, and so there I was on the front porch.
right. I just sort of wanted to jump into that part of things too. Obviously, can we take this picture down, Ian?
Yes.
Yeah, I may go through some of them, and we'll just keep those down for now. Okay. So just to sort of recap, as the house is laid out, you have a front door, but that front door is only for your unit,
Only
right?
for my unit, yes.
Max doesn't go in the front door to get up to his.
No, never.
Side door, all three areas of the home are accessible, basement, your unit, or upstairs.
Correct, absolutely correct.
And the basement is not locked in any way. You can just go right down there if you want.
Yeah, there's
right?
not even a door. You just walk right down, yeah.
Exactly. And so everyone has free use of the space, meaning the two of you, except you've said you don't keep any of your stuff down there. You're clear on that, right?
Correct. I never put anything down there.
And with respect to Max's tools, we saw a workbench there, right?
Correct.
Did you ever go through his tools and look at the various things that he had?
There was only one time specifically that I even went over into that area, and that was when our neighbor asked to use a handsaw. And so I went down there, found the handsaw, and provided it to her.
Got it. So next door neighbor, basically.
Yeah, that was the only time that I would ever go down there.
And in terms of that'll be a good opportunity to show you this picture again, sir. Exhibit 452, you can see that here.
See what here?
Exhibit 452, you see a picture.
Yes, I see the, yeah.
Okay, and Max's home, or your home, if you will, on the left, and on the right, neighbor's house.
Yep, correct.
And the fence actually runs almost right up to that house next door, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're very close, yes.
Houses are very close. right?
Yes, correct.
And that's common in this area. If you were to go up and down the street, all the houses are just close together.
That's
right?
correct.
These aren't big acre lots with tons of space.
This is correct.
It's a working class neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you look at the home to the right side, as we're looking at the picture, the home on the right side, there's even a window right up there, isn't there?
That is correct, yes.
And there's even windows right on the side of the home that look sort of not in, I don't want to say into your house, but at your house, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Is this the neighbor that you gave the tool to?
That is
one time?
correct.
That is, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so this was somebody who obviously was comfortable enough to come over and knock on the door and say, hey, do you got a saw I can borrow?
Yeah, well, not so much maybe with me because I'm just the tenant, but Maxwell lived there for a large portion of time and he knew her, yes.
Right. There's no bad blood between the
No,
neighbors
not at
you
all.
can
She was the
identify.
sweetest lady I've ever met.
Okay. And you knew Max's dad because his father had coached you in Little League.
Yeah, in Little League.
Okay, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you knew the family.
Well, I knew his father, not so much his mother or
you
his
knew
father's
Dad.
new girlfriend. But yes, I know his father, yes.
Okay. And so just so it's clear, that upstairs patio that we see on the left side of your guys' house, that's Max's,
That's
right?
all Max. I've never even been up there, no.
And you're the basement guy coming all the way back to the backyard, right?
That's true. This window right here, that's my kitchen. On the first floor there, that's my kitchen.
You could look right out that window, right out those three windows, you could look right into the backyard.
Yes,
And there's a walkway, there's a path that goes, as we're looking right now, the path that goes from garage to the house.
yep,
Straight shot,
yep,
directly alongside a neighbor's house, right?
yep.
That's a yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if one wanted to go out into the front of the home, a person could go through the gate at the end of the walkway.
That is correct.
If a person wanted to go to the alley, they would just walk down this path and they would be in the alley.
That is correct.
First, they'd go past a garage on their right-hand side, but then they'd be in an alley.
You are correct.
And you could park your Honda Civic. You had a Honda Civic?
Yeah,
It's a
Yes.
common car, right?
yes,
You could park your Civic in the back if you wanted to, but often you would choose not to, right?
yes, that is correct.
But if you wanted to, you could park it right on the slab there, couldn't you?
Yes,
And just walk up that pathway and get in the side
yes,
door.
absolutely.
In that side door, couple things I want to point out about the side door, if you remember, okay? Number one, you can see there's an overhang over that door. Isn't there a little white metal awning, if you will, hanging over the door?
Yes, that's correct.
And that door actually had a hydraulic arm, if you remember, that would control it opening and closing.
Well,
right?
it did, but then it came off, and I asked Max to fix that, and he never did.
Right, he didn't fix it.
No.
That was seems like, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say, it seems like you were bothered by him in some respects as a landlord.
I mean, it was, like I said, it was a trade-off. I knew that I was living in a place that I didn't want to live in because of how loud and disruptive he was, and Max was going to do whatever Max wanted to do at any time of the day. But the trade-off is he was very
Flexible.
lenient, flexible with payments and stuff like that. Me just getting my foot in the door in professional America, I needed that at the time.
Right. And I don't want to ask where you work, but it's a corporate type job.
Yes,
You have-
absolutely.
You have clients and.
Thank you for your discretion. I said thank you for your discretion.
And
But yes.
you have clients and a schedule, though, is the point, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And the hydraulic arm on the door, Max didn't fix it.
No.
The reason why that was a problem is because then instead of the door sort of halfway closing, it just,
Slammed shut and would wake me out of a dead sleep no matter what.
right. And so, you do remember the SWAT team coming to the home,
Absolutely.
because that's the only time that's ever happened. Do you?
That's the only time it's ever happened to me in my life.
And it was a very chaotic event, if you will. Is that
Yeah,
fair to
I
say?
had just gotten home from work and I believe I was taking a nap and then I just heard some beating on the side door and I initially thought Max had just like lost his keys or something and needed to be let in, but then as I go out there, there's guns and helmets and Kevlar vests and whatever.
And they removed
They
you
just,
from.
yeah, just knocked on the door. I opened the door. I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know what you're here for, but I know it's not me, so what can I help you with? So,
And then
Is it your testimony that that was April 4th? Is that what I understand you to have said today? That was Thursday, April 4th?
Thursday the 4th, correct.
Okay. You also spoke with the police further on Saturday, April 6th. You would agree with that?
I believe so, yes.
And there was a time where law enforcement sat down with you. It was actually, I just want to explore if you remember this.
Yes.
You sat down with a few different officers that
Mm-hmm.
were present to interview you, right?
3 or 4, yes.
Right, exactly, 3 or 4 officers. And they actually interviewed you in the lower level of that house.
Yeah, on my living room couch, yes.
As opposed to making you come to a police station and answer questions there.
This is correct.
And did they tell you that they were audio recording your interview, or did they not tell you
They
that?
did. They absolutely notified me in that. And then they actually placed the recorder in front of me, so
So you could see it.
it was very apparent.
So if we need to refresh your recollection, we can always play that, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
And did you have any objection to the officers recording you?
No, not at all.
And would you describe this interview as a consensual meeting, meaning you were willing to answer whatever questions? they
Absolutely.
had?
I have been nothing but, coherent with the law enforcement since the day that this happened.
Cooperative.
Cooperative, I'm sorry, thank you.
Coherent's good too.
Yeah, either way.
And you explained to the officers that you have in fact been upstairs to Mr. Anderson's residence in the past, right?
Yes.
And you testified to that today as well.
Yes,
In fact, there was even a time when you were letting him use your internet, so you had access up there for that reason.
yes. He would call me anytime that his internet didn't work. My internet always worked, but for some reason
Right.
he wouldn't get internet working up there, so I went up there a time or two to see if I could fix anything, but I couldn't anyway, so.
Now, you estimated that you were up there maybe 10 times in the past, is that fair?
Maybe. 10 seems a little steep. I'd say maybe even 5 or less.
Okay. And you did provide a phone number for Max, and you've testified to that today
Correct.
as well, right?
Correct.
The method of payment, that you would write a check and put it on a windowsill in the hallway, that was all just a normal way in which you pay
Correct.
rent, right?
Correct.
And
So the court reporter can't take it down if you speak at the same time. So if you could just take a breath before you answer and give it a second.
Oh, you got it. My apologies.
I think you just did that to me.
Huh? Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I'm
Just-
sorry.
Just take a breath, it's okay. Go ahead, your next question, please.
thank you. And the officers were asking you questions about your history with Max leading up to this incident. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
They zeroed in on questions about the night of April 1st. Do you remember that?
I remember the night, yes, but I don't have anything to report on that night.
Sure. I'll just ask some questions
Yeah,
about
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
If you have nothing to report, tell the jury you
Yeah,
have nothing.
absolutely.
Okay. So my question was, the police sort of zeroed in on that night of April 1st, which would have been a Monday.
Correct.
And we already know that based on your schedule, you worked a normal, if you will, corporate job
Correct.
at that time
Correct.
with a regular schedule of, I think you said 7:30 to roughly 3:30 or 4 o'clock, give or take, right?
Correct.
Some people wake up very early in the morning, they get their workouts in or whatever they end up doing, go for walks. Your schedule was, if you work at 7:30, you get up at 6:30, right?
Correct.
Get yourself ready, get to your vehicle, drive to work.
Correct.
All right. We all have routines. That was sort of your routine during the work week.
Yes.
You are, and you told the police, you are a light sleeper,
Very much so, yes.
very much so. Right?
Yes, correct.
And what you've said is that you are a very sensitive person to noise. You could hear, just in general, that's how you are oriented. You hear noise very, very frequently.
That's correct, yes.
You used an example of even if Miss Max's dog was chewing a bone on the floor, you could even hear that at times.
That's correct, yes.
And that there were times where you would text Max or say, knock it off.
Absolutely.
I'm trying-
50 times, if not 100, yes.
I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah.
Max is you always knew Max as a bartender.
Yes,
Bartenders, for better or for worse, often have a different schedule than us working folk.
which I understood and I respected. Yes, you're correct.
And it can get bothersome at times. A person bartends till 2 a.m., they bring people home from the bar, and you're trying to get up a few hours later to go to work.
That's correct.
So the two of you had different paths in life, if you will.
Yes, very different.
You mentioned Victor's as one place that you knew that Max had worked
Yes, that's correct.
as a bartender.
As a bartender, yes.
And the noise coming from upstairs, there's really not a whole lot of soundproofing as far as you could tell in this house, right?
No, older house, I mean, anytime he moved, I mean, and I understood what a tolerable level of noise is, but even still, I mean, so much as him walking around, I could hear it up there.
Yeah, the walking around.
Yeah, just even walking around, which, I mean, I wasn't complaining about that, I was complaining about the louder stuff, so.
Yeah, nobody's saying you're texting him saying, stop walking.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but you could hear a lot of
Absolutely.
noise. And law enforcement zeroed in on that night of April 1st. We talked about that, sort of that Sunday leading into Monday, that time frame. And I think what you've said here is that there was perhaps one day that week where it's your opinion, you heard Max at, say it again, a 5 a.m., 4:30?
Yeah, right around 5:30, 6 a.m., I would say that I heard him bringing what I thought was a suitcase. I thought he was packing and leaving or something like that for, a couple of days, which he was known to do.
Yes. 5:30 or 6 a.m.
5:30 to 6 a.m.
And that's the reason you can identify that as a time is because of your work schedule being a 7:30. I'm up at 6, and I can remember there was a day
Yes,
where it was like 6 a.m. and Max, or maybe 5:30, and Max is up.
correct.
Is that because you talked to him?
No, that's not because I talked to him. It's because I heard him coming down the stairs with presumably what I thought was a suitcase.
Got it. So you can remember hearing him at a 5:30 or 6 a.m. with what you thought was a suitcase.
Correct.
Okay. Not 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, this was early hours of the day.
Not 2 a.m. when it would be bar time coming home and that time of day,
No, I heard nothing.
or midnight.
Nothing. I've heard absolutely nothing that night.
Okay. When you say that night, I mean, is the elephant in the room here? Are you talking about the night that Sade came over, of which we're here?
I'm talking about the April 1st night in discussion that we've
Got
been
it.
talking about.
Okay. When you say that night, that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that is the night that I'm referring to.
So, no noise that night,
No noise,
no screaming
no screaming,
or struggling,
no sounds of struggling.
or a saw being used.
No, nothing like that. I assure you, if I would have heard a power saw going, I would have woken up immediately and had something to say about it.
Yes, or if it was 1 in the morning, it's 1 in the morning and you hear thump, 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 thump coming down the stairs, that's something you'd want to address.
Correct.
Right. But if it's 5:30 or 6 and I'm going to work, not as big of a deal.
Exactly correct.
And maybe this is already did you hear anybody ever scream?
I've heard absolutely nothing. I want to share with the court, I didn't even know that he was there.
It was that quiet.
It was that quiet.
Not any, and that's coming from you, the light sleeper.
Yes, correct.
And similarly, you didn't hear someone rummaging around the basement collecting a bunch of tools
No, nothing like that.
or anything in the basement at all.
I didn't hear anything in the basement at all.
And actually, if Max were to exit the house, the only way Max is getting out of his unit, other than jumping off a balcony or a window, is to go out that side door
Out that side door, correct.
with the hydraulic arm that doesn't work.
You are correct.
Right into the neighbor's home, literally right up to the neighbor's home.
You are correct, yes.
So, and then down the path to his car.
Correct.
Did you hear him dragging a body down the stairs at 1 in the morning?
I did not hear anything at 1 in the morning. The only thing that I heard was what I thought to be a suitcase or something coming down, like I said, at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning.
And you don't even know what it is. Because you didn't see it.
You're correct. I have absolutely no idea. All I know is that something large was being transported down the stairs at approximately 5:30 to 6 a.m. I cannot testify and say I knew what it was, no.
Well, Max had dogs, right?
Correct.
And you said 2 of them, I think you said, didn't he have 2 dogs?
2 dogs, correct.
So dogs sometimes need to go out, right?
That's correct.
I know there's some accidents that happen in the house sometimes, but Max would take his dogs out of the house, right?
For the most part, yes.
But again, you didn't even look to see, is it dog running out with him? Is Max did you know if he let his dogs out at 5:30 or so?
No, I didn't even, I heard the noise that he was leaving, and I was, in my mind, I'm saying, good, he's leaving. I can go to work and come home, and maybe it'll be peaceful when I get home. So I did not check or investigate or see anything at all. The only thing that I can say that I heard was, like I said, something such as a suitcase being brought down the stairs.
And you've even described yourself as a, quote, pain in the ass when he's loud. That's how you've described yourself to the police, right?
Describe myself,
Yeah, that even
Can
if
you
there's too
rephrase
much
it?
noise, you describe yourself, I'm a pain in the ass, I'll let him know. if
yeah,
I have a problem.
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Now, I want to go back to when you were seated in the, was it your family room, talking to the 4 officers or 3
Correct.
officers? And one of the officers, you remember, was a female, right? Or one of the detectives, I'm sorry, one of the detectives.
They could have very well been. I do not recall
Okay.
what each individual person looked like. I can't answer that definitively.
And you said, I heard no strange or loud noises coming from Anderson's residence Monday night, April 1st, going into Tuesday morning, April 2nd. True?
I heard, yeah, like I said, the only noise that I heard was him coming down the stairs. And I cannot testify and say honestly which day that was. I don't know if that was Monday.
Right.
I don't know if that was Tuesday.
Right. The coming down the stairs with the suitcase, leaving the house or something.
Correct. That's all
whatever
that I
it
heard.
was. Could have been Tuesday
Correct.
or Wednesday.
Could have been any day.
Okay. But what you are sure about is the time being at 5:30 to 6:15.
I'm 100% positive of that as I'm getting ready for work.
That we're 100% on. Right?
Correct.
And then were you, had you heard about a body part washing up? Was that something you had heard about at the time?
Not until weeks later. Yeah, I follow the news, and obviously that was a pretty big story.
People,
So, yeah,
people were reading articles
I
about
just
it.
saw it on Facebook, yeah.
Click on a link or something?
Yeah.
Because it's interesting or,
Yeah, it's a leg, yeah, absolutely.
now, in terms of you using the side door, there's some questions about your car being in front, but you would use the side door as well.
Yes, correct.
It's not like you never used it.
No, I have before. I mean, I would say honestly, it's probably a 50-50 crapshoot on whether I park in the front or whether I park to the back.
And even if you wanted to take your trash out, every week if you want to take your trash out, you'd use the side door for that.
That is correct, yes.
So you're using it at least once a week for that purpose.
Yes.
And was trash pickup on Mondays, if you remember?
I cannot recall.
Or Tuesdays? You don't remember the
I
date?
can't recall which day it was that trash went out. The cans were permanently outside of the garage, so we didn't have to take the trash cans out. The trash truck would just come by and take them from where they were currently sitting.
And Max never, you've never seen Max drive any vehicle other than his Hyundai. Would you agree with that?
No vehicle other than that black SUV. I've never seen him drive anything other than that vehicle.
There was the truck in the garage you told the jury about, but that was in a state of disrepair.
Yeah, that truck was not going anywhere, and it never did go anywhere as long as I lived there.
And in terms of, are you here to, did you ever go down in the basement that week of April 1st to April? Strike that, that's a bad question. There's the laundry machines down in the basement, obviously, right? You do agree that actually, even that week of April 1st through the interview with the police, you had even done laundry down there at least one day that week, right?
I cannot recall. I sincerely doubt it. It got to the point where, like I said, I wasn't interested in sharing a washing machine with somebody. So a lot of the time, I was spending a lot of time with, some family nearby anyway, just to get out of the house for a bit. And I do my laundry there mostly.
And you said that the police asked you about that basement specifically. You said you've never seen anything strange in the basement.
No, everything that is down there, I would say I would find in a normal basement.
In that Max was he liked to do arts and crafts projects, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Home improvement, stuff like that.
But arts and crafts too,
Sure.
and home improvement. You said arts and crafts as well as home improvement.
Yeah, I mean, he would draw, he would have drawings and stuff, not so much arts and crafts. I mean, for example, if this counts as arts and crafts, he had a cat one time and he made it a little cat house. Mm-hmm. So things like that, yes, that's correct.
In that, there was the hole on the side yard where he was gonna have a dog kennel, right?
Yes, dog kennel / whatever
Tool
else.
shed.
Tool shed, yes, correct.
And then a tiki bar in the back of the yard. There was
Correct.
an idea for that?
Correct.
One minute, Judge, please. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
State?
Was Mr. Anderson aware that you were a light sleeper, so to speak?
I believe so. The countless interactions that we had where I'm having to tell him to quiet down, I would assume he got the picture, yes.
Your reason for assuming he would have gotten the picture is because of the times you had complained to him.
Yeah, countless times, correct.
Were you, that week that the police were at your house, were you ever going out into the side yard in the middle of the night?
No, never, no.
You would have been what? Doing what?
I would have been dead asleep.
This time that you heard what you believe to be a suitcase, did you also hear that door opening and slamming?
I did hear the door opening as he was leaving with whatever it was that he was bringing down the stairs, correct.
Was it a loud door?
It's a screaming loud door with the hydraulic arm not there. It just slammed right shut.
But your testimony is that you are not sure which day of the week that was.
I am not sure. I cannot pinpoint. I do not feel comfortable sitting up here and pinpointing a date. I do not know which day.
Back when you first spoke to detectives, just days after they were at your house, did you also inform them of whether you knew which day that was?
I also held with them. I wasn't sure. I've always held that I am not positive as to which day it was that I heard him coming down. It had been raining for like 2 weeks. There was no sunny day that I could differentiate one day from the next, and I was working on a good deal of projects with work that week.
I have nothing else.
Attorney Cotton?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
State your next witness.
Dr. Lauren.
We're just gonna take a quick bathroom break. Just a moment. Just leave your notebooks on your chair.
Yep. information that the next witness is the medical examiner. There are photographs that will be shown of the autopsy during that testimony.
Thank you for that warning for the gallery. So if that's going to be hard or you don't want to be here, this will be your opportunity to step out, okay? Thank you, everybody. Back shortly.
of the entire body from day one, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us over the period of how long you were reviewing different body parts that had been recovered approximately?
April 2nd was the date of death. April 3rd was the first date that we received a body part. June 19th was the last date. And that is all in 2024.
Okay. This is sort of an unusual autopsy, correct? In that you were doing it over the period of a time period, right?
Is very unusual.
How many times have you had a situation like this?
Once before.
And typically, you are just in receipt of the entire body that you can examine right then, very close to the date of death, correct?
Yes,
That's not what happened here.
correct.
Because you were receiving body parts in the weeks after April 2nd, 2024, did you notice that there was decomposition?
Yes.
April 2nd, what body part was first recovered and brought to the medical examiner's office?
A right lower extremity, so the foot and the calf and the knee of the right leg.
I'm going to show you exhibits 418, 413, 414. It's actually 413 through 418. Just page through those and tell me if you recognize what those are.
These are photographs taken at the time of autopsy of the case that is given the number 24-02296. It is a right lower extremity.
The case number 24-02296, that's a case number unique to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
Yes,
And that was the first case number assigned to the case of Sade Robinson, right?
yes.
Okay. When other body parts were received by you at subsequent times, were they given different case numbers originally?
Yes,
At the end, when you prepared your autopsy protocol or your autopsy report, did you put all of those under the same case number?
yes,
And was it that case number?
it is, yes.
Okay. I would move 413 through 418 and then ask to publish.
Any objection?
No?
They've received.
Doctor, before I publish these photos, can you tell us what you observed upon receipt of the leg and your external examination of the leg?
Yes, so it is a right lower extremity. It had been amputated from the rest of the body. At the level of the thigh, there are incisions at the amputation site, meaning that a sharp instrument was used to cut the skin and tissue. The bone itself was fractured, and there were linear markings on the bone that indicate likely due to the knife that was used to cut the tissue around the bone.
I'm going to show you exhibits. We're going to start with exhibit 413. Is this the leg?
Yes,
All right. And then 418. There's a measurement tool at the bottom of the page, right?
yes.
Based on the measurements that you were able to do, did you have an approximation as to how tall the person was whose leg this belonged to?
Yes, we estimated about 5 foot, plus or minus a couple of inches either direction.
The tissue at, when you said amputation site, what are you talking about?
The area where the leg was removed from the body.
Were you able to make any conclusions, putting exhibit 414 on the screen, any conclusions regarding how the skin and muscle tissue had been cut.
So you can see that the edges are very smooth. That is typical of an incised wound, meaning that a sharp instrument was used. There's no bleeding anywhere that we can see here, meaning that this was likely done after death.
How is it that you were able to tell there was no bleeding?
Just visually, there's no evidence of bleeding at the sites. You would expect it to be red.
Okay. 415, what are we looking at here?
This is just a close view of the amputation site, depicting additional smaller incised wounds. They're slightly irregular all the way around the amputation site.
What is an incised wound?
It is a superficial or not as deep in sharp force injury. So think of something like a doctor would do with a scalpel. That would be an incised wound.
416. This is the other side of the leg?
Yes.
Okay.
Just the same thing. So irregular incised wounds along the amputation margin.
When you're saying irregular, what do you mean? What are you referring to?
The raggedness of the skin. It looks like multiple cuts were made.
And lastly, 417.
Similar.
Okay.
Here it's less irregular, so more regular.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to what part of the bone was cut? Or was the bone cut, I should say?
The femur was fractured, but did not appear cut other than the linear markings from cutting the tissue around it.
So were there markings on the femur?
Yes,
Did that indicate to you that a sharp force instrument had made contact with the femur?
yes.
Were you getting, were your observations that there had been an attempt made to cut through the femur?
It's possible. It's also possible just that while cutting the skin and the muscle, the knife hit the femur, and it would create a mark just from that.
Were you able to tell from looking at the transected end, the end that it was amputated from, how the femur was detached from the other part of the body, the torso?
No, I don't think we can tell.
Okay.
Some sort of blunt force injury.
It was broken?
Yes,
Where was it broken?
and the mid shaft.
How difficult would it be to do that?
Very difficult.
Can you explain that? Why would it be so difficult?
The femur is a very strong bone. It's the strongest bone of your body. We see fractures of the femur in young, healthy individuals in instances like car accidents. So you can think of that amount of force necessary to break the femur.
That's what was done here?
Yes.
I want to briefly retouch on the vital reactions. You observed no vital reactions in that leg when you examined it, correct?
That's correct.
What is a vital reaction?
You would see bleeding in the short term, and a longer term injury, you can see things like redness and swelling, scab formation.
Did that lead you to come to any conclusion on whether or not the leg was amputated from the body before or after death?
It's more likely after death.
How much blood would you expect to see if that was done before death?
A lot.
Was there any visible here?
No.
Can you explain for us why there would not be blood after death?
Yes, the heart is not pumping anymore, and so whatever blood is left in the vessels is kind of stagnant, so it's staying wherever it was when the heart stopped pumping. So you might get some blood spilling out of vessels, the larger vessels that you cut, but not in the smaller areas.
And did you then, on subsequent dates, you received additional body parts? Eventually that included a human torso belonging to Miss Robinson, correct?
Yes,
Did you, through that human torso as well as the human leg, attempt to do toxicology testing?
yes.
Okay. Explain how.
So we recovered some muscle tissue from this leg and submitted that for toxicology testing to NMS Laboratories.
What did you ask NMS Laboratories to test for?
It is called an expanded panel, postmortem expanded panel. They test for hundreds of drugs and alcohol.
And then how about for the torso?
In the torso, we collected fluid from the heart, and we submitted that to our internal lab for comprehensive testing.
I'm going to show you exhibits 410, 411, and 412. Are these the toxicology reports?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I'd move 410, 11, excuse me, 410, 411, 412.
Any objection?
No.
So received.
I want to start, Doctor, with 410. This is the toxicology report reflecting the NMS testing, right?
Yes,
That was specifically toxicology analysis done from muscle tissue from the leg we just looked at, right?
yes.
And they screen, do you know how many items they screened for?
Not off the top of my head. Some of them are in groups, but several hundred, at least 200.
That would include drugs as well as alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that screening? What chemicals, if any, were found in the muscle tissue?
Caffeine was detected.
Only caffeine,
Correct.
no alcohol,
Correct.
no illegal drugs,
That's correct.
no substances of abuse.
That's correct.
Is there, can you explain to us the difference, muscle tissue toxicology analysis versus the cardiac blood?
The muscle's not the best specimen to test. Blood is preferred. At the time that we did this exam, we did not know if we would ever receive blood, so we collected what we were able to collect, and in this case, it's muscle. There's less data on the concentration amounts for muscle, but at the same time, it's still a valid testing source. So you would still expect drugs and alcohol to be present if they were at a concentration high enough to be considered contributory for death.
Okay. I can take that one. I'm going to hold off on going through the other two for now. Chronologically, Doctor, the next human body parts you received that were determined to be Miss Robinson's was a foot and some other tissue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't you tell us what you received exactly?
We received a left foot. It was disarticulated, meaning that it was transected through the ankle joint. And then additionally, a portion of skin with some underlying fat tissue, and then a separate portion of skeletal muscle.
I'm going to show you exhibits 419 through 422. Are those photos taken during your examination of the body parts you just described?
Yes, they are.
I move 419 through 422 and
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go right ahead.
419. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the left foot, specifically depicting the smooth edges of the incision at the amputation site.
What are we looking at?
This view is the top-down view of the ankle joint, showing that you can see the joint surface, meaning that whoever dismembered this foot did not go through bone.
Did not go through bone?
Correct,
And
just the joint.
Okay. And were you able to tell what kind of instrument was used to do that?
A knife would be adequate to perform this.
And were you able to tell what caused the bone to break then? Or was there even a broken bone?
There was not broken bone.
.421.
This is a photograph of the portion of skin and underlying subcutaneous tissue that was received.
What were you able to notice about the cuts to this piece of tissue?
Again, they're all incisions, and none of the incisions had a vital reaction.
None of them had a vital reaction,
Correct.
like the leg,
Correct.
suggesting to you what?
That this was done post-mortem or after death.
And lastly, 422.
This is a fragment of skeletal muscle.
Do you recall what date that you reviewed these pieces of Miss Robinson's body?
April 8th.
Quickly, there was a different case number on that one. That number was 2402399.
Yes,
That's what we were talking about before. Different case numbers were given to the parts as they came in, but ultimately you put them all under the first case number, right?
that's correct.
All right. And to reiterate, if she had been alive at the time of that dismemberment or that amputation, you would have expected to see vital reactions.
Yes.
You then later on received a part of a femur bone?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you a minute to turn to the page. Let me know when you're there.
Go ahead.
Good?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you Exhibit 426. Is that a photo taken from the autopsy of the femur bone?
Yes.
Move 426 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go ahead.
The femur bone, tell us what you received. What condition was it in? What did you observe?
So the larger fragment shown is a portion of femur bone with attached muscle. The muscle is desiccated. It's been exposed to the air for some time, so it's sort of dried out. The edges of the femur bone are both fractured on both sides from blunt force trauma. And then that smaller thing also in the picture is non-human remains. That is an animal bone.
Okay. So when was the examination of the femur bone done?
Also April 8th.
All right. And along with the femur bone, they had brought to you what they didn't know if it was related or not. It was turned out to be an animal bone.
Yes.
You said that there was blunt force trauma to the femur bone.
Yes.
How could you tell?
The ends were fractured.
And how is it that you could discern that that was not just a human bone, but a femur bone?
It has specific characteristics, but we did send most of the bones involved in either the transection sites or the amputation sites to anthropology for a full detailed report.
Do you recall who the person was who did that?
Dr. Jordan Karsten.
Were you able to tell just by the bone itself what leg that would have come from, left or right?
Yes, we thought the left.
Why'd you think that?
just because of the characteristics and the siding.
And then did you ultimately attempt later on to align that femur bone with other body parts that you eventually received?
Yes, we did.
The next body parts you examined were what?
The next case is a portion of a left lower extremity from the ankle to just above the knee. Additionally, a portion of skeletal muscle was received and another fragment of a long bone.
What date did you conduct this examination with Dr. Rohrer?
Also April 8th.
I'm going to show you exhibits 423 through 425. Are those photos taken from this examination?
Yes.
Okay. Move 423 to 425 in and ask to publish.
No objection.
They're received.
423 is on the screen now. This is how the lower portion of the leg was received.
Yes.
Were you able to tell if this was the right or left leg?
Left.
How were you able to tell?
It did articulate with the left foot that we had previously received,
When you say articulate, what do you mean by that?
meaning that the distal end or the further down end where the ankle would be matched the joint space of the foot.
424, that's the distal end that you're referring to?
Yes.
425, what end is that?
That is just above the knee. We would call that the more proximal end.
Were you able to observe whether or not any decomposition was occurring?
Yes, there's obvious decomposition in this photograph. You can see the epithelium, which is the pigmented part of the skin, has started to slough off in areas, leaving a non-pigmented part underneath it. There's also some softening and brownish discoloration of the muscle.
Did you observe that type of decomposition or discoloration in the previous, in the foot or the leg?
No.
Okay. What were you able to discern by, as to how the transection ends, how were they done? Are you able to tell?
So the distal end was through the ankle joint. The more proximal end, there's a fracture of that femur.
I want to talk about that briefly. .423 is on the screen. The femur was fractured above the knee,
Yes.
and was any fractured bone near the ankle?
No.
It was just amputated from the foot.
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to tell what kind of trauma caused the fracture to the knee?
No. Just blunt force.
I meant femur.
Oh, that's correct. Just blunt force.
Okay, blunt force. And were you able to tell whether that femur, that long bone we had previously discussed, matched to that part of the leg?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Did you examine the bone within the calf at any point?
Yes, the long bones, the tibia and the fibula, that would be in the calf section of the leg. We did look at those bones as well.
And to do so, you had to cut into the leg, right?
Yes.
What did you notice when you examined the tibia and fibula?
They were fractured.
Okay. Was there any corresponding injuries to the skin or tissue to those fractures?
Not that we could discern.
What does that cause you to conclude as to how they were fractured?
Probably they are post-mortem injuries as well. There's no bleeding. When we looked inside the tissues, you'd expect a decent amount of bleeding from an injury like that.
None here.
Correct.
And there was no corresponding incisions or cuts into the leg where those fractures occurred, right?
Correct.
What kind of force would be needed to fracture those bones without cutting the leg?
It would again be a decent amount of force, similar to like a hard fall, a jump from height, motor vehicle collision, things like that.
Blunt force,
Yes,
not sharp force.
correct,
You could conclude there was no sharp force injury to that part of the leg.
correct.
Next piece, next body part that you received was what?
A portion of, it was labeled as proximal bone. It's a portion of the left femur, the part that articulates with the hip.
Is 427 a photo of it?
Yes.
Move 427 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Okay. I'm putting 427 on the screen here. That's the proximal bone.
Yes.
What date did you examine this?
Also April 8th.
Were you able to conclude whether that proximal bone came from any of the other body parts that you received?
It is a left, the ball of a left femur. It did not articulate or match up with any of the pieces that we had received
But you did,
so far.
but you did have a left femur.
Yes,
Okay.
portions of a left femur.
Anything else that you could discern from examining the proximal bone?
Just that it is fractured,
And do you know how?
just blunt force injury.
What was the next body part?
Some time went by, and the torso is the next part that was recovered.
And what day did you examine the torso?
April 18th.
This is the part of the body that you were able to get the sample of cardiac blood for, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 430 through 434.
I don't object to these either.
Move them in then and ask to publish.
Received. Could I have the numbers one more time?
430 through 434.
Thank you.
When you received the torso, tell us what you observed about decomposition.
So more of that epithelial layer had predominantly come off the body. The torso appeared to be in water for a long period of time, so there's drying artifact on the part of the torso that was exposed to the air, and not drying artifact on the part that was in the water. So you'll see a difference in the front and the back of the torso. There is more softening and discoloration of the tissues of the torso as well. And then there are shallow abrasions kind of covering the torso, which would be consistent with animal predation, such as fish.
When you're saying torso, what body parts are we specifically talking about that you examined?
So in this case, the torso consists of the chest, the abdomen, and pelvis without a right leg, without a left leg, and without a right arm, and without a head and neck.
No head and neck?
Correct. So only the left arm is attached.
Showing you exhibit 430. Is this the discoloration you were discussing?
Yes, the back was exposed to air, so it is more orange and sort of a leathery texture. And you can still see some of the epithelium in the lower part of the back and the buttocks.
The transection margins at the legs, as I put 431 on, what could you observe about those?
They have smooth edges, so they are incised wounds.
Can you discuss what you observed about the transection margin at the neckline?
Again, smooth edges, incised wound. Through the bone, it was, the neck was transected through the cervical vertebrae, sort of low on the neck, at the level of kind of the collarbone.
So her entire neck was gone.
Correct.
I want to ask you, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is where there is neck compression by an external force.
Can it cause death?
Yes.
Were you able to examine whether or not strangulation had occurred in this case?
No.
Why not?
The head and neck have not been recovered.
Was there another part of her torso that had been cut off as well?
Yes.
In the front?
Yes.
What was it?
The right breast.
Showing Exhibit 432. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the torso as it's received from the front. So you can see the head is absent, the right arm is absent, the right breast has been cut from the body. Both legs are amputated at the level of the groin.
What needed to be cut through in order to amputate the neck and head?
The cervical vertebrae.
What needed to be cut through in order to amputate her right breast?
Just skin and soft tissue.
Did you observe any other either blunt or sharp force injuries around where the right breast was?
Yes, in the chest wall at that amputation site, there were 2 defects that exposed the right chest cavity to the environment.
432 is back on the screen. Sorry, I'm just clarifying the record here. Are you referring underneath the breast?
Yes, so you can see the 2 black marks. Those are the 2 defects.
Can you please stand and point them out? I think there's a microphone next to you
Yes.
that should be on.
Is it on now? Okay.
Yes.
So here and here.
And are you able to tell, are those natural wounds, or would they have come from something?
It's very difficult to tell given the fact that the whole area is decomposed. They look like penetrating injuries to me. So not something that would occur naturally. I can't entirely rule out that while the body was in the water, something caused those injuries.
Okay, but they're penetrating wounds?
Yes,
Would a stab wound be a kind of penetrating wound?
yes.
I'm going to show you 433. What are we looking at here?
This is a view of kind of the top down of the body. So the bird tattoo is on her right shoulder. You can see the amputation site of the head and the neck, and also the right arm.
And then one of those penetrating wounds is where I'm pointing to right here?
That's correct.
Okay. .434. What are we looking at?
The upper part of the torso, specifically in the middle of the photograph, there are a series of incised and stab wounds above the left breast.
Can you point those out, please?
Yes, the group is right here.
How many stab wounds are there?
There are 7 incised and stab wounds grouped together.
Okay. Are there any other incised and stab wounds that you noticed other than those 7 on the torso?
Yes, there are some small superficial ones, kind of, I'm not sure this is the best photograph for it, but these are the ones that are the most noticeable.
Where were the superficial ones that you observed?
They were they were further down. It could possibly be these here.
All right. But the ones that you pointed out up here, those were not just superficial.
Correct. So some of them are stab wounds, meaning that they're deeper than they are long.
Like puncture wounds?
Yes.
Were there any internal injuries observed?
Underlying the defects on the right chest cavity, there is a defect to the middle lobe of the right lung. The pleura is disrupted there. Again, it is very difficult to tell what that is from.
And is partially that due to the level of decomposition of the body?
Yes, and then also because the body was exposed to water for a long period of time, any blood that may have been there would be washed away.
The 7 stab wounds, were you able to tell whether or not those caused any internal damage?
We did not see any injury associated with those.
So only on the right side, and what did it puncture?
The middle lobe of the right lung.
And what kind of effect would that have had on a human being?
It would be difficult to breathe. You could get a pneumothorax, meaning air accumulation in the chest that prevents you from breathing. You could also theoretically bleed to death from an injury like that without medical intervention.
And in sum, you can't say how that internal injury occurred at the end of the day, right?
Correct.
Any of the sharp force injuries or stab wounds, including the internal injury, were you able to come to any conclusion as to whether those would have occurred before or after death?
It's impossible to tell.
Tell us why it's not possible for you to make that determination.
There is some decomposition, but mostly it's because the body was in water, and we would expect to see bleeding from these injuries if they were before death, and the water, again, would wash that away.
So you can't tell if there were any vital reactions the same way you would be able to tell or were able to tell from examining the leg.
Correct.
So it's possible those occurred while she was alive, the injuries to the torso, but it's also possible that they did not occur while she was alive.
That's correct.
The lower extremity amputation transection points, were you able to come to any additional conclusions or make any additional observations from examination of the torso as opposed to just examining, for example, the leg?
Not much more. Again, the right leg was cut, or the femur was broken, and that was the transection site. The left leg was disarticulated, meaning that the ball of the femur was removed from the pelvis.
What would be, for lack of a better term, easier to do, cut through the femur or disarticulate at the pelvis?
Disarticulation would be easier.
Explain that, please.
You only need a knife to cut through the joint spaces rather than needing some sort of tool to go through the bones.
Were there any other superficial injuries you observed on the torso that we haven't discussed yet?
Just scattered abrasions and contusions. I believe there are some contusions on the back half of the torso.
And you were clearly able to tell those amputation locations were, there were sharp force injuries and precise cuts?
Yes.
Were you able to tell from what kind of instrument or no?
Just a sharp force instrument, so knife is usually the instrument used for that.
Were you able to conclude based on those observations whether those limbs were intentionally severed from Sade's torso?
The presence of incised wounds would suggest that they are intentional.
The area of the right leg, did that match up to the torso? Or
Yes.
sorry, I meant, did that match up to the right leg that had previously been found?
Yes,
You were able to conclude that that right leg that you originally examined came from that torso.
yes,
You then, sometime later, I believe in May, received the right arm, correct?
The right arm washed up to the shore of Waukegan Beach on May 11th. We did not receive that arm until June. Because of jurisdictional issues, the Lake County Coroner's Office needed to positively identify the arm belonging to Sade Robinson before they could release it to us.
Was that done?
Yes,
And then afterwards, was it transported to your office?
yes.
Going to show you Exhibit 262. Is that a photograph of the arm you examined that had washed ashore in Waukegan, Illinois?
Yes,
Okay, move 262 in.
No objection.
Proceed.
This photograph was not taken by you, correct?
that's correct.
What were you able to observe from the photograph of the right arm?
There is, as expected, more decomposition. There's also a defect of the right forearm that is likely due to animal predation. There was no injury of the bone underneath it.
And the transection end, were you able to conclude anything off of that?
It gets more difficult the longer or the further decomposition goes, but they appear to be incised wounds as well.
There was a significant amount of decomposition to the right arm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was that amount of decomposition in any way a surprise to you if the arm had been in Lake Michigan for over a month?
No.
Does that those were all of the body parts to date that have been recovered, is that correct?
Yes.
The torso, I want to return to, I think it's exhibits 411 and 412. They're two toxicology reports, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and this was of the cardiac blood from the torso.
Yes.
Explain what cardiac blood is and why it's used for toxicology analysis.
It's the blood that's obtained from the heart. And again, blood is the preferred source for toxicology testing. So when we noticed that there was some fluid within the heart, we collected it and decided to send it as well.
Was there a limitation to what could be done with this particular cardiac sample?
Yes.
Explain that.
So first, there was a limited amount of the fluid. And then second, I'm using the term fluid because, again, all of the transaction sites are open to the lake water. So a lot of this fluid might be lake water.
Diluted, if you will.
Yes,
Okay. But that was not a problem for the muscle tissue.
that's correct.
That leg had not been in the lake, to your knowledge, right?
Correct.
All right. So with that being the case, and you had already, by the time that the torso was being examined, you were already getting toxicology analysis done for the muscle tissue from the leg.
Yes,
Did you opt to, but you nevertheless opted to do toxicology analysis for the cardiac blood? Why?
just to be thorough,
All right. Did you have the result back yet from the NMS lab?
it's likely we did.
And so what were you testing for in the cardiac blood? If you had already known that it was just caffeine, tell us what you were testing for.
Similar things. Because we have an internal lab, we can look at the data ourselves and kind of get an idea of whether there's anything strange that shows up on the machine. I'm not the one who does the testing, so I don't know specifics, but I know that our toxicologist will say, hey, there's this thing, do you want us to look for it more thoroughly? It's nice that we have that ability to do that.
And what was the results from the cardiac blood toxicology analysis?
So caffeine was again detected.
Was that surprising to you based on what had been detected in the muscle?
No.
All right. Caffeine, what else?
Theophylline Theophylline is a metabolite of caffeine, so again, not surprising. Beta-phenylethylamine, that's a mouthful, yeah.
Can you spell that for the court?
It's B-PHENETHYLAMINE. And that is a compound that we see not infrequently in bodies that have been decomposed. It is created during the decomposition process.
All right, and can you, just while we're on it, spell the first one? I think it was theophylline or something?
Yes, THEOPHYLLINE.
Was there another substance that initially was screened for but then determined to be too low?
Yes, that is spelled PHENDIMETRAZIN, phendimetrazine.
And what is phendimetrazine?
It is a diet pill.
Okay, but there's actually, and the reason you have two reports is because one of them actually, you guys took the phendimetrazine off the toxicology report, correct?
That's correct.
How come?
So all of these are initial screening tests, meaning that we do one method of toxicology testing to screen for compounds, and then with whatever positive results we see, we confirm using a different method. When we went to confirm the phendimetrazine, it was not present. So it was believed to be either a false positive or too low to detect.
So at the end of the day, based on all the toxicology analysis that was done, not just by your office, but by NMS lab, what in total, can you just summarize what was found in her through toxicology?
Caffeine is found, and there is nothing else that would contribute or cause death.
All right, and how does caffeine inform on cause of death to you?
It doesn't. Most people have caffeine in their blood.
A lot of autopsies, if not most of them that you conduct, you see caffeine.
Yes.
At the end of all of this, were you able to conclude whether or not any kind of substance of abuse, drug, or alcohol had any role in causing Sade Robinson's death?
Yes.
What is your conclusion?
That no substances contributed or caused her death.
Did you, throughout your examination of her body parts, notably her torso, did you observe any kind of evidence of natural disease or physical deformations or anything like that?
No.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever through your examinations of a physical reason why she died that was natural to her body?
No.
Before we move on from the toxicology, doctor, did you consider at all dilution? I know you had mentioned it when we talked about the cardiac blood. How would dilution play or not play a role in your opinion?
So if something were present and diluted, it would be difficult to interpret. I'm making most of my determinations on the toxicology results based on the muscle tissue.
And that's because those would not have been in lake water and thus diluted.
Correct.
And does that assist you in being able to conclude that drugs and alcohol did not play a role in her death?
Yes.
Can you summarize for us what body parts belonging to Sade Robinson you have not been able to examine?
Yes, the head, the neck, and it's possible that portions of her left thigh are still absent.
The flesh that would surround her left femur bone?
Yes.
Were you therefore in any way able to determine whether some kind of trauma had occurred to her head and neck area?
No.
Because you couldn't even look at it?
Correct.
Blunt force trauma couldn't have been determined.
Correct.
Strangulation couldn't have been determined.
Correct.
In your experience conducting autopsies, have there been times where there is some kind of trauma to the head or neck area that does not cause bleeding but nevertheless causes death?
Yes.
Can you summarize some examples of that or what you're talking about?
I'm going to object on relevance grounds to this case. He's asking about other examples.
Why is it relevant?
Because she hasn't been able to come to a conclusion on what happened to Sade Robinson's head because she's never been able to find it. So it's relevant to hear what could have happened to her head and neck.
It's speculation as well.
It would call for speculation.
I'm not asking the witness to speculate on what happened.
You're asking for her opinion on other?
No, I'm asking her, in her experience, what she has seen happen to others in the head and neck area that did not cause blood.
I'll allow that. You can answer that.
So strangulation often has internal injury, but no external signs of bleeding. Similarly, most types of asphyxia, so suffocation or smothering could result in death without much injury.
Bludgeoning?
You'd expect some external bleeding, but it's possible that there might not be.
Were there DNA swabs or samples taken during autopsy of each of these parts?
Yes.
Is that routine practice for every autopsy you conduct?
No.
Okay. Why was it done here?
We did not know if all of these body parts were from the same individual or if we were dealing with multiple individuals. And so we couldn't know that until everything was identified.
Were there... Sorry, I got it. Were there other attempts made? So basically the investigation, you were going to have forensic testing to see if we could determine whether these body parts belong to the same individual through DNA.
Yes.
Did you attempt to, but you've already discussed you've attempted to fit pieces together, right?
Yes.
Did that work?
Yes.
Can you tell us which pieces?
Yes. So the right humerus matched with the torso. The right femur matched with the right femur from the torso. Several fragments of the left femur matched together, except for the disarticulated end, but that fit inside the acetabulum of the torso.
Showing you 428 and 429. Were these photos taken from autopsy?
Yes.
Move 428 and 429 in and ask to publish.
Fine.
They're received. Go ahead.
You attempted to see if the foot and leg recovered later on matched the original right leg.
Yes.
Here's 428. Did it appear to you that they were the same size and potentially belonged to the same person?
Yes, visually they were the same.
429. The feet matched.
Yes.
It matched in size, right?
Yes.
And she even had pink nail polish on each foot.
Correct.
The DNA swabs that were obtained during the different portions of this autopsy, would those have been turned over to someone from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
At the end of the day, Doctor, one of the things you're attempting to do here is to see if you can come to a conclusion on cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is cause and what is manner? How are they different?
So the cause of death is the event that leads to a person's death. The examples include a heart attack or a gunshot wound or ingestion of drugs. The manner of death refers to the circumstances in which the cause of death happened. So a good example is a gunshot wound that is a cause of death. The manner could be homicide if the death is at the hands of another. It could be suicide if the death is at the hands of oneself. And it could be accidental if the gun accidentally went off.
What are the different manners of death that you're allowed to come to a conclusion as?
There is natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
In this case, were you able to come to an anatomic or structural cause of death?
No.
Why not? Why were you not able to do that?
The way that the body was received in pieces and partially decomposed in the water, all of that makes it difficult to determine cause of death.
Did it also factoring into that difficulty was also the fact that you had never been able to examine her head and neck?
That's correct.
Were you able to come to a conclusion on manner of death?
Yes.
And what are you considering when coming to that conclusion?
The circumstances in which the body is found. So the fact that there is dismemberment of the body and an attempt to conceal the body by disposing of it in different locations, also in the water. All of that is objectively suspicious and is most consistent with a homicide.
And were you also considering toxicology, environmental factors, natural disease, that sort of thing?
Yes, all of that has to be ruled out for me to feel comfortable determining the manner as homicide.
And did you rule out all those things?
Yes,
What was your final conclusion as to manner of death?
homicide.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
To be clear, homicide by unspecified means, right?
Yes, that is what the cause of death is listed as.
That's your conclusion.
Yes,
Unspecified meaning no idea how it happened.
correct.
And unspecified means no idea how it happened, right?
Yes.
Now, when you were asked questions before at the beginning, you were asked about how you conduct an autopsy, and you talked about how you do a Y incision typically to begin, right?
Yes.
And you talked about using a saw.
Yes.
Is that a bone saw?
Yes.
What does it look like?
It's a circular saw with kind of serrated edges.
It's a power tool.
Yeah.
And you said we need to use that. Why do you need to use something of that, something like that?
So we use the saw to remove the skull cap. The skull is very thick, and there's no good way to remove the skull cap and visualize the brain without a saw.
Okay, and you said that bones themselves are very difficult to remove. It requires tools to remove bones as well?
The disarticulation would only require a knife. The rest of the limbs were fractured, so I'm not sure if a tool was used in those cases.
How would one remove a leg from a human body without a tool?
So you need a knife to
Okay.
disarticulate the leg, or potentially just breaking it.
Okay, and what level of force would be required to break a leg off of a body?
A high level of force.
And what does that mean?
I can't give you a specific number associated with that, but femurs can break in car accidents, and that's the best I can compare to.
So you're talking like a high velocity motor vehicle collision?
Yes, but that doesn't have to be the case. It's just an example.
Okay, falling off a building used as an example.
Yes,
Those are the types of events that can fracture a femur, right?
yes,
But we're talking removing the entire femur from the body, right?
yes,
Which is a much different experience than just getting in a car accident and having something break the bone, right?
sort of. So there was evidence of a knife used to cut the skin and soft tissue, and then once you remove all of that, all that's necessary is to break the bone in some manner.
Right, which you're saying is some level of force that you can't, a high level of force that you can't quantify for the jury.
Correct.
It's not something you've ever tried in your thousands of autopsies, right?
I have broken femurs,
You've removed it from a body?
yes.
Okay. And describe the procedure.
I used a saw,
Okay. The same thing you were talking about for the skull cap,
yes,
a bone saw.
yes.
Okay. And it would be important when you're doing your investigation in this case to know whether any tools were, and when you use a bone saw, you're cutting into the bone of the body and producing residue, aren't you?
Yes, some dust is created,
And you wear a mask?
yes,
Do you wear protective covering over your clothes?
always,
Okay, why?
because I don't want to be covered in bodily fluids.
Right.
We
And
do that as a normal course of autopsies,
don't want to be covered in bodily fluid.
correct?
And that's because when we're cutting into a body, it produces fluid. There's blood, for example, there's fluid in bones, there's liquid, there's other things, right?
There can be, yes.
And the protective clothing you wear is essentially just, is it what we're just picturing, like an apron, basically?
Yes, I wear a hospital gown and then a plastic apron over it.
Now, when you do an autopsy, before you ever do an autopsy, you have people who work for the medical examiner's office who go out and do an investigation for you. Isn't that true?
Yes,
And these people are directed to gather evidence and to look into things to try to help you form your conclusions.
they gather information, they don't collect evidence.
But they canvass areas and interview people, don't they?
Yes,
And it's the police, obviously, who collect the evidence.
yes,
But as part of your report that you did in this case, you read the investigative reports that were done as well by the people who work for the medical examiner's office, right?
yes,
And and that's all part of the analysis, right? You read the reports, do you also look at police reports too?
yes.
Is it important to try to identify where a homicide happened?
It is for the police investigation. It's not necessarily important for my portion of it.
Okay, you used the example before of like gunshot wounds, for example, right?
Yes,
And then there's different ways in which a shooting can happen. Accidental, suicide, intentional, right?
yes,
That's true with homicide in general. It can be an intentional act. It can also be a reckless act and other variations, right?
yes. So for us, the medical definition of homicide is death at the hands of another. We're not talking about the legal definition of homicide.
Does the autopsy that you did in this case tell you where the victim passed away?
No,
It doesn't tell you anything about the location?
no,
And it doesn't, you were asked questions about strangulation. That's not a conclusion here, is it?
I can't make that conclusion.
So no, you're not concluding strangulation.
Correct.
And you're, in these, the stab, did we have stab wounds? Did you testify to that?
Yes,
Are you concluding that that was the manner of death?
I can't say.
So you can't say that the knife caused the death, and you can't say that she was strangled
Correct,
or suffocated
correct.
or any other way, right?
That is why homicide by unspecified means is the cause of death ruling.
Did you look at reports before you reached your conclusions? Did you read reports about the search of Max Anderson's home? Was that part of your examination?
It probably was included in the law enforcement reports. I don't remember specifics of that portion.
Did you look at whether there were any tools ever linked to Mr. Anderson that could be connected to this crime?
I don't remember that.
You talked about toxicology. Excuse me. Let's talk about drugs in general. Alcohol is a drug, right?
Yes,
Now, what amount of alcohol was found in the victim's blood
none,
or the muscle?
none.
How can it be that a person is drinking alcohol and there's none found?
So options include metabolization. So the drug naturally metabolizes in the blood and is removed from the body, Or it could be that the level of detection is higher than the concentration in the blood.
And when we're talking, so the jury understands here, how much blood is in a human body? Is it 5 liters?
Yeah, roughly.
And what is an example of a liter? You have a water bottle in front of you. Is that about the size of a liter if you hold it up?
This is half a liter.
Okay, so 10 of those.
Yes,
And when a person drinks alcohol or coffee or uses drugs, those things absorb into their blood. Is that what you've said?
yes,
But does all of that absorb into their muscle tissue as well?
yes, it's dispersed throughout the body.
And typically, in order to assess whether somebody used drugs, we want a blood sample. That's the best source. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that has the most data.
And the problem with muscle tissue is, especially if it's recent use, it may not have time to absorb into the muscle tissue, right?
That's possible.
And same with alcohol, same sort of thing. If we test the blood, we know it's there rather quickly.
Yes,
And also different drugs have different half-lives, if you will. They metabolize at different speeds, right?
yes,
Some are fast and some are short.
yes,
In fact, some metabolize, some drugs like cocaine, for example, metabolizes in a matter of hours from a person's blood, doesn't it?
yes,
Now, so there's no alcohol found anywhere in Miss Robinson's samples that were sent for testing, right?
yes.
Now, the blood that was sent, I thought you said before that it had been exposed to lake water, right?
Yes,
Because it was taken from the heart.
yes,
Is that the only blood that you were able to take at all from the body, was the blood from the heart?
yes.
How much, if you can you quantify how much that was that you were able to remove? Or look at your report?
It doesn't say on the report, but it was a low volume. That's all I can say.
And that's what you sent to NMS labs for testing?
No, the muscle was sent to NMS labs.
The blood that you recovered, did you test that in-house?
The lab did, yes.
Okay. And one of the problems with that is that the torso had been exposed to lake water for a period of time, and therefore, you said you don't know if you're actually testing blood or perhaps just testing lake water.
It was bloody visually, so there was some amount of blood in it, which is why we decided to test it. But
Okay,
it could be diluted,
To what degree, you don't know.
correct?
In other words, if it's 99% lake water, 1% blood, you don't have any way to quantify.
I doubt it would look like blood if it were 99% lake water, but you're correct. We can't know the level of dilution.
Because the machinery doesn't quantify that, right?
Correct.
And you said muscle's not the best specimen to test for that reason, that drugs don't always absorb well into muscle tissue.
Well, drugs do absorb into muscle tissue. It's just there's not a lot of data that help us determine what the concentrations mean because muscle isn't normally taken from living individuals. So it's difficult to know what the concentrations are when we receive them.
With respect to blood or liquids, did you say before that you use a gown to prevent liquid from getting on your clothes? Is that what you had said?
Yes,
Bodily fluids, maybe you said, right?
yes,
When limbs are removed from one's body, that can produce bleeding, right?
yes,
And you said before that depending on the size of the blood vessel will be different amounts of blood that's released, right?
yes,
We know for sure that in this case, the only measurable amount of blood that was ever located is the tiny amount from the heart that you found, right?
yes,
Meaning that the rest of it is dispersed somewhere, right?
yes,
Whether that would be at a location, you don't know the location of where that blood would be.
correct.
And in the amount of blood, well, we know all of it is gone, right? We know all 5 liters is pretty much gone.
Yes,
But in terms of like when we're removing a limb or stabbing, let's use stabbing as an example. There were some stab wounds, right?
yes,
typically when one gets a cut, a stab wound, they bleed from that, right?
Yes.
Did you, in reaching your conclusions, did you go back and read reports from the search of Mr. Anderson's home, for example, to see whether any blood was located at his house?
I don't remember the specifics of that part of the report.
Isn't that important for you to know whether there's any evidence of any blood at all in Mr. Anderson's house?
No, that doesn't change what I see at the time of exam.
Doesn't matter.
Correct.
Does it matter to you whether there's any evidence of blood at Warnemont Park, for example?
Again, it doesn't change what I see at the time of exam.
Okay. So really all you care about is what you're seeing on the examination. The circumstances of the police investigation don't matter a whole lot for purposes of your unspecified homicide conclusion.
I don't think that's entirely true. The circumstances are important, but where Sade passed away, where her dismemberment occurred, that doesn't change anything in my cause and manner of death determination.
But what's most important is who did it though, right?
I do not, that is not my job.
Well, you've testified that obviously all the body parts belong to Sade and it's an unspecified homicide, right?
Yes,
But you offer no conclusion about who
no,
or where
correct.
or how.
I try my best to figure out how.
But at the end of the day, the conclusion is I don't know.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Would you expect extensive bleeding if there was post-mortem dismemberment?
Not nearly as much as if there was antemortem dismemberment. So when the blood is pumping, the blood will continue to pump until it doesn't have enough blood and undergoes cardiac arrest. So a large amount of blood can be lost. In the post-mortem setting, there might not be very much blood.
And you saw no evidence of vital reactions on the leg or any other body part, correct?
Correct.
Which suggested to you there wasn't much bleeding, if any. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the body wouldn't be metabolizing substances after the body is deceased. Is that true?
Cocaine can still get metabolized, but we see evidence of that in the metabolites. They show up in the blood still.
And no metabolites showed up in either the blood or the muscle tissue that was analyzed?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Attorney Cotton?
1 minute, please. No, nothing.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
State?
I think, can we take a break, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, leave your notebooks on your chair. Be back relatively quickly. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Personally would like a break.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Nothing
Anything
more.
to address by the defense?
All good.
Okay. It is 11:35, so like 5 minutes, hopefully. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Detective John Galat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Galat, Guillot.
You testified earlier that you're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you working in that capacity on April 4th, 2024?
Correct, yes.
What were your duties that day?
That specific day did a bunch of follow-up. On that day, I was assigned, along with Joseph Blanchard, to go conduct follow-up initially at the pizza shuttle. From there, while we're en route to the pizza shuttle, which again, Ms. Robinson was employed there, we drove past Victor's, which is a bar on the Lower East Side of Milwaukee. It's kind of like a bar / nightclub. As we're driving by Victor's, I noticed that there was a black Hyundai Sonata parked in the parking lots. Of note, I knew two things. I knew that law enforcement obtained information that Mr. Anderson was a bartender at Victor's, and I also knew that Mr. Anderson was a registered owner of a black Hyundai Sonata.
Just to ask, a Sonata is a sedan, correct?
I believe it's an SUV.
Okay, is a Santa Fe an
Sorry,
SUV?
pardon me, yes, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so at that time, you were doing follow-up specific to this case, specific to Sade Robinson, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you went into April 4th knowing that Maxwell Anderson drove a Hyundai Santa Fe, correct?
Correct, yes.
You were also aware that he worked at Victor's.
Correct, yes.
Do you know the address of Victor's?
Yes, it's, I believe, 1230 North Van Buren Street. Again, that's located on the east side of Milwaukee.
And through this investigation that you were a part of, were you aware that Maxwell Anderson was the last person to have contact with Sade Robinson before her death?
That is correct, yes.
Describe what you did as you saw that vehicle, that Santa Fe.
So as we saw the black Santa Fe, we kind of circled around the block. We drove past the Santa Fe for a second time, and I noticed that the Santa Fe had a Wisconsin license plate of AMR 8083 affixed to the back of the vehicle. I knew, based upon our investigation, that specific vehicle was the registered vehicle of Mr. Anderson. So I was able to confirm that vehicle was Mr. Anderson's.
Approximately what time did you see the vehicle?
It's approximately 12:30 to 12:45 p.m.
And at this point, how are you traveling?
We are at this point in an unmarked squad car. We are going northbound on, I believe, Van Buren. Once we see the vehicle and once we confirm the vehicle, I also noticed that the vehicle is unoccupied. We essentially set up surveillance across the streets on Mr. Anderson's vehicle.
What did you see?
Myself, like I said, we were on surveillance for approximately 10, 15 minutes. At first, we didn't see any movements. After about 15 minutes elapsed, we saw, or I should say, I saw Mr. Anderson walking eastbound on East Juneau Avenue towards his vehicle. Mr. Anderson was wearing a black colored jacket. He had some kind of knit cap on, and he was carrying a backpack.
When you're referring to Mr. Anderson, are you referring to somebody in the courtroom today?
I am, yes.
Can you describe where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
I'll stipulate.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Upon seeing Mr. Anderson, what did he do?
Like I said, Mr. Anderson, he crossed over the intersection of East Juneau Avenue and Van Buren. He walked to his vehicle, entered into his vehicle, and he sat in his vehicle for approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
Did you indicate whether or not he was carrying anything?
Yes, he was carrying a backpack over his shoulders.
Okay, can you describe what that backpack looked like?
I believe it was a standard black and color backpack.
Are you aware of surveillance footage that the Milwaukee Police Department obtained through this investigation?
Yes,
Are you aware of a camouflage color backpack that was depicted on certain surveillance footage?
yes.
Okay. Was this that backpack?
I don't believe so, no.
After the defendant gets into his car, what do you do?
Like I stated before, he sat in the vehicle for approximately 10 minutes, and then eventually he reversed his vehicle. The defendant, Mr. Anderson, again, was the lone occupant driver of the vehicle. He started heading in a southern direction through the east side of Milwaukee / downtown area. At that point, Detective Blanchard and I continued to follow Mr. Anderson in our unmarked squad car. Once we got to the area of West Clybourne Street, Mr. Anderson entered the I-94 and began traveling westbound on I-94. As he's continuing to travel westbound on I-94, several other detectives assist. They're also driving unmarked squad cars. We continue to follow Mr. Anderson to the 27th Street off-ramp, at which point he takes the off-ramp and begin driving southbound on 27th Street from I-94.
Where does South 27th Street go at that point?
We continue following Mr. Anderson all the way down to, I believe, Holt Avenue. Mr. Anderson started driving westbound on Holt Avenue to which point he gets to Lakefield Drive. And he's continuing to drive westbound on Lakefield Drive, at which point I know that Mr. Anderson's registered address is essentially just around the corner. So at that particular time, I also should note that I knew our detectives had secured a signed search warrant for Mr. Anderson's residence. So I believed also that Mr. Anderson was heading home at that time.
You are aware his residence was at what address?
I believe it is 3161 South 39th Street.
And you were aware that other members of the Sheriff's Department were presently at that residence or going to be very shortly at that residence to execute a search warrant?
That is correct. That was also a part of my thinking, my arrest operation. We had other sheriff's detectives at the residence. We had detectives following Mr. Anderson. And my whole goal at that point was not to let Mr. Anderson get back to his residence.
Did you effectuate a traffic stop?
I did, yes.
You personally did in your squad car?
It was in Detective Blanchard's unmarked squad car. We activated our unmarked squad car's emergency lights and in the area of North 38th Street and West Lakefield Drive.
How far away from the residence of 3161 South 39th Street is that?
I would estimate a block and a half.
What happened?
Mr. Anderson stopped. We, as in me and Detective Blanchard, exited our unmarked squad car. We approached on the driver's side while Deputy Ethan Stout approached on the passenger side. We made contact with Mr. Anderson. I asked Mr. Anderson to shut off his vehicle, to which he complied. I then asked Mr. Anderson to step out of the vehicle, to which again he complied. I immediately grabbed onto Mr. Anderson and I took him into custody by placing him into handcuffs.
I think that's a perfect place to stop. Okay, it's 11:57, so there is the Chief Judge directive that I be off the record at noon, so I need to stop at this point. Remember the admonitions: no talking amongst yourselves, no research, no investigation, no posting of anything. Wear your badges real visible so everybody in the hallway can see you, please. I have one matter to do at 1:30, unless we spun it. Okay, we're gonna say 1:45. I'd like to go on the record at 1:45. That one matter shouldn't take very long. So we'll kick right back up at 1:45 and jump right back in this. Please leave your notebooks on your chair and have a lovely lunch. It's supposed to be hot out. Good day for a walk. We'll see you back this afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, have a lovely lunch. We'll see you back by 1:45 then.